What's up, everybody? Howdy, folks. Hey, folks, and all that. How are you doing today on this fine Tuesday? It's Tuesday, right? It's Tuesday. Man, let me tell you, I've been eager to get going on this rogue, but I've also been a little nervous about. I get nervous every time, going on stream and kind of don't know what to expect. You don't know what to say sometimes or whatever, but luckily we'll be painting, something for you guys to watch, which let's get right to it. Check her out. I was pretty happy with how she turned out from last time. So in the cold light of day, I was taking a look at her and I'm like, all right, I know I need to make a few adjustments, right? Let me get my brush. So I know that I want to improve on this seam here by defining it a little bit more. Same with her fingers. The gloves under a different light, like under this light, it looks like it's the same yellow. But whenever I looked at it after the stream, I'm like, oh, that's a little darker. So I want to improve on that. So that's just like the yellow stuff. Oh, and I need to define areas like between her legs, where the legs meet, these yellow areas. The foot separation. I need to improve on her calf over here. Things like that for the yellow. The green, I just need a matte varnish eventually, but I was pretty happy with the green. The face is so much better than Psylocke. Oh, so much better. I'm happy with it. But then, for the rest of today's stream, after fixing those things, we're going to be doing her hair next, which should... Oh, and then the two X's on her. She's got one on her chest and one in her jacket. Fixing those up, we'll have her done, and then we're going to be doing the base itself, which that's the part where I'm a little nervous about, because I'm going to try a few things that I hadn't tried before. A little bit of blending, a little bit of shading that is sort of new to me, but other than that, should be all right. So how are we going to add a little bit more definition? Well, that's where Cassandora comes in play. Cassandora yellow. It's like an orangey wash. I actually like it a lot. And I'm going to use this to sort of line everything. I want to make sure that that's not pointing here. All right. So let's get this bad boy out. Dip a little bit. And just to start off with, I'm going to probably put it on the fingers first. It's like a neon orange. This will give me some, oh, you know what? We need some tunes. I always forget that part. Slower you down. There we go. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Putting it on the fingers first gets me a little confidence in putting it into that seam, because once I put it into that seam, like that's it. You get one or two shots at most. I just noticed like this was a bit flat, and you lose the definition between the fingers. this over a little bit. Sort of like a hot orange. Not so much yellow, but it goes really well over yellow. I'm gonna glaze this a little bit. Make it stand out a bit more. Okay. Now we've got... Let's do her shoes. Put a little definition in that. Oops, a little too much there, but that's fine. Ooh, might have gone a little crazy there. I'm going to try to add a little more to her back here. Even though you really can't see it. I'll know. Okay. Where else? Okay, so we just got the seam now. Gotta be real careful with this. I'm gonna start from the bottom. Now we're here. Oh shit. I think that's a lot better. Little definition there. Yeah. Just going around the little X on her chest, so that when I paint it black, it'll be a little easier to identify. Need to separate these little knee pad areas a little bit better. Maybe this area gets a little glaze-ish. And then the last place I think I need is right here. Maybe try a little here. Oh, could use a little here. Just a little glazoning. That's a word. I think that's a lot better. It's hard to tell, like, on camera. Let me see if... this will change. Make it look a little better. Yeah, let's try that. There we go. Like, I lowered the exposure a little bit. That should be good enough for the yellow, although I'm wondering, do I need to darken her chest area a little more? Let's try it out. What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? The worst is that I ruin it. Oh, I like that actually. I think I'm gonna keep that. Or make it a little bit more defined. Yeah. Cool. I think her yellow's good to go. Alright, so now we get to go to the fun part, which is going to be the hair. So she's got a patch of white with reddish brown, reddish orange hair. I've been kind of racking my brain about how I'm going to do it. So first, I know how I can do the white. I'm going to introduce cool tones into this gray white. So first off, we're going to start with, where we go? Anthracite gray. It's going to be a bluish gray mixed in with some Arctic blue. Well, you know what? We can actually just start off with the Arctic blue. Let's start off with that. Shake it in our government-approved shaker. Throw this in here. A little dab will do ya. Throw in some water. Pray 3 Hail Marys, you know that. The normal painter stuff. Every painter does that, right? Or is it just me and my mom? little thinner. Alright, we're good to go. So, let's paint that patch. Since it's our first color and it's pretty light, we can go pretty haywire with this, except around the face. Looks like that's a good patch. Ooh, I got something on this brush. Let me wipe it off. And this is the part where I have to be a little careful around the face. Alright, looks like I can get a little bit of this left side. Now I go to my fancier, thinner brush. What up, Steve Jones? How's the stream going? Just started not too long ago. Love how the jacket turned down on Rogue. Me too. She looks cozy. Yeah, I just started off. Compliments the One Piece. Thank you. Yeah, I just started off not too long ago. Fixed up a little bit of the yellow, and like by adding a few glazes of wash. Cassandora yellow. I think it helped define some areas. So now I'm gonna work on her white patch. Like the plan, I plan on getting this thing finished tonight. Hopefully. Who knows? But, yeah, I gotta do the hair and then her little X insignias, and that should finish up the model itself. Oh, I can't forget her eyebrows. Which terrifies me. But we're gonna do it. Because this sugar goes to the salon. This part where I gotta be a little careful. Because I am not messing with this face. It's like I like the face a lot, I don't want to mess with it. Looks like a little starfish right now. Let's see. We gotta thicken these up or make them more solid. I love using this type of gray for white. It's like a little blue-gray. Like one of the things I learned early on, because I had to paint a Raven Wing army, which is black, white, and red all over. I learned that I hated white at that time. Well, not hated it, but like it was chunky, couldn't figure it out, and I was painting. It was because I was painting pure white, and by the time I got done with that army, I learned that you can give the impression of white without pure white. Like, I've painted quote-unquote white so many times without going up to pure white. It's about what it's standing next to, like the contrast and brightness of whatever it's next to. In this case, it'll be next to her face and red hair. And you won't even have to go up to pure white if you wanted to leave it that way, but I'm gonna end up highlighting it just a smidgen with pure white. This is mostly gonna be this color, which is like a blue-gray white. Blue-gray. Oh no! Oh no! Let's fix you up. Okay. Trying to get a handle artwork I posted on the gram was stellar. You put on a non-metallic metal showcase. Well, thank you, thank you. It was nice to finally get my other models on the Instagram, but like before I could post them, I had to finish this guy's base by adding in crushed glass and water effects. And yeah, like I just put it off for so long. I finally put it on there right before taking the pictures. So, or the video. Yeah, it's like, and whenever I look at the older like Malifaux stuff, I'm like, yeah, like I'm having fun painting this Zombicide stuff, but I realized today, like at lunch, that for sure there's a lower quality in sculpt, which I like sort of semi-realized. The quality of the sculpt really brings out like how well I can paint. So if it's like a little rougher, the paint job might turn out rougher. Felt nice to get my backlog posted as well, for sure, dude. Like that bullseye color you got on there. MCP, man, those models are sweet. The only thing is that, like, I wish they gave options for basing. Like, I like the city bases, but it's not a common size, right? To just go and use your own collection of bases, like 30 mils or whatever. I think it's like slightly bigger scale, or it's an odd size. And even though I do like the city motif, it's not what I always want to do. And those are the ones that are given in your package. And sometimes they sculpt other things on there, which, while I really like, it sort of like when everyone has the same stuff on their base, it makes me like, oh, you know, like I want more for a game like MCP. You would think they'd give like tons of different models for the same stat card, just like vanity pieces, like how Malifaux has Nightmare editions and whatnot. You'd think like they jump right on that, like the number of costumes they have. I mean, I would jump on that. Like if they had different Punishers, I'd buy more than one all the time. But they don't, and it sort of starts to feel samey when you see that. Me too. More options would be nice. I know it helps AMG cut costs, but some stuff I can add on to bases would be nice. Yeah, like, just the option is like the main thing for me. Yeah, and I get it too. It's a business, but certainly, like, so the way I see it too is like Malifaux. I think they're smaller than AMG. So if Malifaux can do so many different sculpts, I don't know. And again, I'm no business doctor. I don't know. Alright, so next we're gonna take some of this anthracite gray, mix a little bit into it, make a little wash. Maybe just a glaze. Come on. I don't need a lot. Alright, so then weird is definitely smaller than, yeah. So like they come out with so many there's like 700 models, like different stat cards for Malifaux. An overwhelming number, to say the least. I wonder what's different about their pipeline. But yeah, like, I want different Iron Men. I want different Captain Americas. I especially want different X-Men, like Age of Apocalypse X-Men. That'd be amazing. Or like different eras of X-Men, like X-Men Unlimited. It's funny as some of the MCP kits have alternate options. So yeah, Wolverine having a mask and unmasked version. No reason we can't have that on more models. Yeah, like, and it's not even one of those things that seem like it takes away from the game. Like old school Wolverine costume, like new one. You can use the same pose and just change it. I'm pretty sure they probably do 3D like Blender designs. It's not like the old day of castings where you had to sculpt it or whatever. But I don't know. It's just me. Some Age of Apocalypse mutant sculpts. Yes, one-eyed Cyclops, one-hand Wolvie. Oof, I'd love that. But no, AMG hates freedom. Just kidding. Alright, here's a little wash or a thin down of that mix. Sort of a wash. Let me throw in a little more water into this. Just to get it all over the place. Thin down. Okie dokie. Yeah, like Mutant X Beast would be cool for me. And like the fact that you only have one pose too. Like if you're playing X-Men against X-Men, you just see the same Beast. Apocalypse is in MCP now. He makes players think on both sides. Dude, I love that he has the A kneecaps, the knee pads with the A's on them, just in case he forgets his initial. Like, and I hadn't seen him in person, but he looks big. But yeah, like there are different iterations. Yeah, Dark Beast. Oh, he's basically Mr. Sinister. The different iterations of their costumes. Like I was just looking over old comics where like Cable had his blue suit that covered half his face. It was like blue spandex, and Beast had like a unitard with like it went over his head and he had red goggles. Like that was my favorite iteration of Beast. Like, oh, so many sculpts. That'd be so cool. APOC is large for a model for sure. About Hulk size. Jeez. It's gonna make models like Peter Parker feel a little inadequate. Now we're just gonna go right back over with some of that wolf gray or Arctic gray. And it already looks like it's white. One-eyed Cyclops would be so awesome. Maybe if I had a 3D printer, I'd make it. I don't know. Just finished Miles Morales and he seems so small next to Rhino Lizard. But yeah, dude. I love his pose. I love his pose. Like, the thing is, though, when you only have one pose across the entire range, everything starts to look the same. Like, table against table. You lose the novelty after, like, when it first came out, it's cool. But now that it's been out and everybody kind of gets the same models, they all look the same. There's no uniqueness. Small stature allow me in less than 3 hours. I would kill to be able to finish something in less than 3 hours. 8 hours tends to be my norm. 5 if it's like really simple. But I'm a super slow painter. I've seen there's this guy on Instagram I follow, Sleepy Slang. His stuff is amazing, and he does basically glaze or wash slash glazing, sort of underpainting ish, with, and he gets like these incredible models with like insane color play in less than 3 hours, like things that I couldn't fathom. Mysterio's around 8 hours, but I pulled all the stops. Miles is easy because, yeah, like, the darker color palettes, they can be easier. Like, when they're all one color, it's just a lot of surface area. But you're not bouncing around from, like, thing to thing when you have big blocks of color. But what I was saying was, with Sleepy Slang, he does these incredible paint jobs. And he knocks them out in like 3 hours. He reminds me of how James Wapple paints, which is like watercolor. And I would kill to be able to have that. What up, Curse55? Harder. I would kill to be able to paint in 3 hours what that guy does. In fact, let me see. I made a new scene to share screens easier, but now I can't find, where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, so let me go share my screen. Alright, so then now we can search Sleepy Slang. He's one of my favorites. Look at this stuff, man. He'll do this in like 3 hours. Oh. Like, he just knocks them out. It's insane. I watched one of his tutorials. He does like a... Oh, he's got a store. I might take a look at that. But like, he does like underpainting and then glazes or washes or whatever on top. And he just knocks it out. Just like... He's just amazing. Here I am taking several sessions to do a yellow. Oh, okay, so now that we've gotten that done, let's get the white out. Where are ya? Shake, shake, and then use our government sanctioned shaker. Put it on extra bake. It's got really interesting lighting composition, like how they're lit for a stage play. Yeah, dude, he plays with light so well, and it's from his color theory. Like, the one I watched that made me like one day go, I'm gonna try that out next. Like, eventually I'm gonna try that out, similar to James Wapple. He like just painted the whole thing in orange and teal, and like, then he just washed over it with complementary colors that sort of fit whatever it is. So if it was orange, or it was orange and teal in different lightings, then he basically painted like a gray over everything to make it look like armor. But underneath it all is orange and teal. Insane. Perhaps try to test yourself by giving yourself a time limit on a model. Sure, you could do more with your time than you're comfortable with. That might be a stream idea. Maybe not for my Marvel Zombicide, because I really do want to paint these, like take my time in painting them. Usually do that for big projects, say that they're done, otherwise I'd pick at it forever. Feel called out. Yeah, there is a point where eventually I hit, like, alright, I'm not touching this anymore. It's not Psylocke's face, I'm gonna keep touching that. But, I should do that, like, on a paint stream. I'll try out his technique, or I'll try out different techniques, maybe, and try to get it to a 3-hour paint session with pee breaks. Like, I've always wanted to learn how to paint like James Wapple, which is how Sleepy Slang sort of paints. He just sloshes all over like an artist. He's like a watercolor painter. And it's amazing. Like, the colors come out so different when you see their work compared to like the saturated way I like to paint. Do that for myself in terrain, because terrain. Don't even get me started. I'm supposed to I have all the Weirdscapes terrain, and I keep putting off doing it because just the sheer surface area of terrain, and I want to make them look as good as my models, which hardy har, it takes a long time. Okay. For MCP terrain, I make them look good, but don't stress. I love their cars. But I painted the Walking Dead miniatures game. They had trucks. And hated it. Weirdscape terrain is par excellence. Yeah, it's a lot. I'm trying to think of how to paint it easily, interestingly, and into a video. It's a lot to think about. And every time I think about it, even just now, I'm just like, oh, it's so much. So much. There's so much surface area. And not only that, Angel Heraldez painted the Weirdscapes terrain for the, box art or the website art or whatever. And it's like, well, they're not gonna hit that. Okay, so let me put my paints back into their proper positions, because I like to stay organized. Next, we're gonna do the regular Frazzoni would get him. Oh, I just watched him today, actually. I watched 3 videos today while I was drinking coffee. And yeah, he'd be like, hello guys, look at me, it's 2 colors. And then it's amazing. It's like, I just painted the Sistine Chapel. Now I'm just sounding offensive. I'm gonna paint her hair with dark red. So I debated on whether or not doing her hair red or brown. Looked at some old comics, then I looked at the 90s X-Men show, which I have a comic of the show of the comic, and I'm like, well, her hair is straight up Jean Grey red, it is red, and even in X-Men 97 they kept it up, so I'm just gonna paint it red, and I'm gonna try a version of red I haven't done before. Because I was painting, when I was painting up her yellows, I kind of got a flash of, ooh, I want to try that. So let's go ahead and get this watered down, see how it looks. And I'm just going to kind of wing it into the idea that I had. Ooh, that's a little bit of a fuchsia-ish. Let's see if it turns out that way. I might do a brown wash on it to darken it a bit. Frazzoni is a meat puppet piloted by some kind of painting demon. He's a painting angel, that's what it is. That guy... I never watched a painter or listened to one or whatever that makes me just smile. It's like, oh, this guy. I want to be his friend. This is a little red. But we'll go with it. Because in the 97 show, it's pretty red. The other thing, too, is that, and I confirmed it, in the art, she has the green headband, right? Which I love. When you look at the Big Child Creative sculpt that gets painted for, like, the promotion, like, whenever they showed off the thing, the art, I guess, they painted it, and they have a green headband. That part, that's the green headband, is not present on this model. So I'm gonna do a class action lawsuit. Bring back the hairbands. Just kidding, Cool Mini or not, you get away with it. Because you made some of my favorite games. Although, like, weren't they... I think they were in the... Like, there was something up with them recently about their financials. Which, I get. Not really. I don't know. I saw it on a subreddit. And, oh, there is a green headband. Okay. Never mind. Lawsuit averted. Okay. But whenever I saw the news about Cool Mini or not, freehand, not too far in the face if you like it. Yeah, I might actually do that. So I saw Cool Mini or not, like on subreddit, or on Reddit, and they were talking about their financials or whatever being in trouble. And then got a lot of people chiming in. Yeah, I know, right? That surprised me too. Like, I can see this. It's a different sculpt, though. Like, if you look at Big Child Creatives, it is, it's a whole different one. It's actually coming off of her face, or her head. So it's not, like, the same as the one that they paint officially, the official paint job. But it's there, sort of. So we're gonna leave that empty. What was I talking about? Oh, cool. So Cool Mini or Not was on subreddit, and a lot of people chimed in. And, like, I don't normally read up on a lot of people's opinions or keep in the know about things. But people do not like Cool Mini or Not. I didn't realize that. And then, like, people were making comments about, basically, like, me as a consumer. They're like, some people just want to buy all the things. And, like, yeah, I do. Used to go to Cool Mini Expo in Atlanta, but after being quiet, they seem to only do APAC stuff nowadays. So, like, are they also acquired by, like, Embracer or whatever? I know that Fantasy Flight Games was, and that is a company that saddens me. Like, I was a huge, I mean, sort of still am, I guess. I don't buy their games anymore, but I was a huge Fantasy Flight Games, like, fan. I just loved what they were doing. Like, they were making the games, like, if it was made for me. Descent 2nd Edition, Mansions of Madness, like, they were just amazing. But then they started going bonkers. And I was upset too. Games like Rune Wars, like, that didn't catch on. Oh, is this the part of the headband too? Shoot. We'll see. But, like, Rune Wars didn't catch on, but then Star Wars Legion did, because it's Star Wars. But I was upset. Like, I bought a bunch of Rune Wars, and I especially bought after, because the prices tanked pretty quickly. And they're really cool minis. But, like, I thought it was a cool game. Some good games, though, just never catch on. Not on Embracer. They're picked up by a group out of Singapore, but all yep. Private equity, man. Ghouls. Just the nature of it. The individual people, maybe not. Like, somebody... There's gotta be a private equity janitor, right? Like, they're not the evil one. Just the practice of all that stuff. I don't want to get into it too much. But I've seen things transform slowly. Or quickly. From decision makers like that. And that's partially why I was inspired to start this channel, so to speak. Or start working on it. Just to escape it all. A little bit, at least. And maybe help others escape it for a day or so. You know. Feel like a Mr. Rogers of painting. I guess that's Bob Ross, huh? Or, Goobertown Hobbies. That dude. You ever angry? Just listen to that guy. Watch him paint. He'll calm anything down. Why am I having a hard time with this? I guess because I'm trying to be careful not to get it on the yellow or any of the surrounding areas. I don't want to just haphazardly put on this coat. Yeah, like, although it's not Embracer, I was talking about Fantasy Flight games. Like, I've got a top row of Cool Meteornaut games, a middle row of Cool Meteornaut games. But, like, Descent 2nd Edition is probably one of my favorites of all time. Makes me wonder what Tyler Russo is. Yaz Yavrin. I don't know. I've never watched Tyler Russo. Uh-oh. Gonna lose a nerd card. I'll take a look at it. Which, by the way, I haven't yet watched Double Time because it's on a service provider I don't have, or that okay, so I think it's on, what is that, Tubi, that free one. And the problem is I don't want to make an account for it, so then I have to sit and watch it all in one sitting, or else it doesn't save where you're at. And I don't feel like fast forwarding, and you know, millennial problems. Like, first world problems. So it's like whenever I get free time to watch the whole movie, I'm gonna watch it. But I did watch Daredevil episode 4 last night before bed. It's cool seeing Frank again. Spoilies. So, Descent is one of my favorite games of all time, just because I love the system. Like, I love how plug and play all of their expansions are, and like, just the idea of being able to create a simple board game version of an RPG. Nothing like deep, you know, nothing crazy, but like, if you want that feeling of putting monsters on squares and like having a fairly good rule set and you know, player power and growth. There are emergent gameplay things that come out of Descent as well, like fun stories. And I was saddened when 3rd edition came out, or when they announced it. I was like, dude, it's like the EA of board games right now. Oh, okay, so you like Mansions 2E a lot, play it on Tabletop Simulator a fair bit. The thing about it, though, to me is, like, because it's app-driven, I would much rather play it solo. Like, I play it solo occasionally, and it just feels better in person. The only thing is that, like, sometimes I'll get rules wrong, and if you get rules wrong, or it's not like the app will fix it for you. So, you know what? I'm just gonna paint this red. We're not gonna do a headband. We're just gonna paint it all red, because it's slowing me down. But Like, I like Mansions. It's also a game that I can play with my wife and we both have fun. It's not competitive. There's crazy, creepy things happening. It's not super hard. Like, the only things I didn't enjoy is the game length. Boy, that first outing, they're like, here's like a 90-minute one. Now here's 12 hours. There wasn't a lot of options at first. We're just gonna paint it all red. Yeah. Alright, so then what else from FFG do I like? You know, their card games are actually super solid. I have Arkham Horror, the card game, and a lot of people like that game. It's a really good, like, deck builder, so to speak, and it's got a really cool, like, way of presenting story, I think. Like, whenever I first played it and I flipped the little chapters or whatever, I was like, man, that's cool. And people get really into it. I was reading it on Board Game Geek and a few of the other forums, and people, like, really get into, like, the strategy behind the deck building. I know at my friendly local game store, excuse me, there are a few regulars that play weekly with each other, and I get a little jealous. I haven't been there in a little bit, but it's always cool to see regular gaming groups. Arkham Horror and Lord of the Ring games are very similar, but dang, are they both really good. You know what? I didn't even think about the Lord of the Rings one. Oh, man. I know that at first when I played it, there were some, like, concepts that were a little difficult for me to understand. Like, how the monsters kind of, like, hold you. Like, if I wanted to leave the room or whatever. Like, maybe I was just being dense, but I was like, how am I supposed to get away from this? They keep chasing me. Like, I have to. There's a time limit or something like that. I don't remember what happened. It's been a while. But it is such a cool game that's driven entirely on cards. Like, that's pretty... You gotta respect that game, you know? Like, you gotta respect designers when just a few text on cardboard, they can give you that sort of experience. I remember back in my day, before the days of Magic the Gathering, we had Go Fish. That's it. Speed was another one. Nowadays, they got their Pokemons. Cards in a weird bag of full of anxiety. Yeah, like... For sure. I've got to finish it because I got a campaign, the Dunwich Legacy, Dunwich, and I meant to solo it, but then another shiny game caught my eye or something. I don't know. I went through a period of time where I was just like collecting games. Period of time, sir? You still do? Not really. I haven't bought a new game in a very long time. The last game I bought was Bloodborne, the board game. That is super fun. Super unforgiving, but super fun. I love it. Like, that's such a fun solo board game. And I'm painting her ear. That's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. You know, like, back in the day, I wanted to try Arkham Horror, the, like, big board game. I'm glad I never tried. Because that thing is huge. And, like, time-consuming. Over the years, I learned I am probably not gonna get the big games on the table. Bloodborne, is that by Steamforged Games? Yeah. No, Cool Mini or not. The Steamforged Games one was their first one, Dark Souls, and that was not good. Apparently, I didn't try it myself, but when you see it in the bargain bin, it's a good indicator. That's like your '90s review. In the 1990s, you knew if it was bad. You saw it in clearance. And if you didn't know anybody who had it. But yeah. This is the part where I'm like, where do I paint? The Bloodborne one is super fun though. Super fun. For SFG, so I try. Okay. Hey man, I get it. And that's another thing too about the online stuff that I was mentioning earlier, whenever people were like all ganging up on Cool Mini or not, which, hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion. It seems like there's like a lot of collective opinions about stuff, and because I don't really like tune into it a lot, I get surprised to find out. Like, here I am, I'm like, I love Cool Mini or not, I get that their sort of model is kind of meh, but like, at the end of the day, their Kickstarters were like the ones I could rely on the most. Yeah, sure, they were pricey, but you got a lot of stuff. And for the mini painter, like myself, it's like I'm getting value out of these games I spent a lot of money on for a long time, because there's a lot of stuff to paint and their models are pretty fun. And then everybody was like, good, their financials are terrible. Like, I hope that, this or that or the other. But then Steamforged game was one that, like, I liked their games. And I don't know what's going on. I know that, like, there was a lot of backlash about how they ended, what's it called? Guild Ball. And I understand that. I got into Guild Ball right when that happened. But like, when it comes to the products themselves, like, I get why people wouldn't like certain companies for whatever reason. For me, I got a few games by Steamforged, and I appreciate like their models they made for Guild Ball, like the system they made for Guild Ball. So the design of the game I really liked. And the other game I got from Steamforged, yeah, okay, so they stopped Guild Ball for Dark Souls, and Dark Souls didn't do so great. And didn't they also do like Resident Evil, like a bunch of IP games, Monster Hunter maybe? Yeah, and I did too. I just got into it right when that happened. I got the armor folks, the blacksmiths, like that old lady with like 20 swords on her back. I still like really want to paint that model. I was just looking at it last week actually, going like, how do I get her off this stupid base? But the game was amazing. Like, the game was one of the best games I played. Like, but outside of that, outside of Guild Ball, I got Bard Sung, and I really liked Bard Sung. Like, I still have it. I just haven't played it in a while. Where am I gonna paint you? And then I found out online, people hated that game. They found it repetitive, and yeah, sure, the rules weren't exactly clear all the time. But then I'd also see on the forums, like, people asking questions about the rules, where I'm like, no, that's clearly on page whatever. So, everybody's got their opinions. Legit had a podcast for Guild Ball. Ooh. What? Talking to a celebrity over here. And then a year later, it got stale and stopped caring about it. Yeah, it's always sad when games have that sort of shelf life or that experience. Like, for me, it was War Machine. I was all about War Machine. War Machine was my jam for several years, and even when it first came out, I was just getting into Warhammer, so to speak. Not just, but like it was still fresh, you know. And just seeing the differences in their models versus Warhammer, it was so cool. And then when they did Mark II, I was all up in it. Had the best tournament system in my opinion. And then they did Mark III. And the wind out of my sails died. Like, just the way that they did it. Because when Mark II came out, they had an open beta, they tested it a lot, and they had a commitment to balance and like listening to the community's feedback. By Mark III, because they were such big dogs, it felt like it was like, here's Mark III. Meh. War Machine, you played Crix, Everblight, Warma Hordes, yeah, poor Warma. Cursed! You said it, Curse. Went to Lock and Load in 2014 solely for the painting classes, which they had amazing paint guides in their army books, which at the time was like a godsend. Like, I still remember the first time I read the Retribution book and like the way they did white. I was like, magnifico. That was when I learned how to put like maroon red into olives and stuff. But so the armies I played, I started off with Hordes, right? Like, even though I knew about it during its first War Machine days, I got into it right when Hordes came out. I think it was called Primal, like in the first edition. I played Trollbloods because me and a bunch of friends were getting into it at the same time. Originally, I was gonna play the Elephant Boys. I forgot their name. Scorn? Yeah, Scorn. And I was gonna play them, but then I decided on the good guys because I also wanted to exercise my colors of blue. Had a toothbrush blending their main stylized look. Yeah, but you know, for a starter one, it was no White Dwarf article from the 90s. But like, I wanted to paint the Trollblood Scorn. You're right. Okay, so I wanted to play the Trollbloods because they were like the Scottish Native Americans of the world. Like, I like playing altruistic factions sometimes, and I just got done painting a lot of red for like my Space Marines with Ravenwing, and like, even though they're black and white, I just wanted to try blue because I hadn't done blue as an army in a while. So I played Trollbloods, and that's when I first learned how to mix my layers. And it was like, they're in my case back here, but that was a fun army. Then I played Retribution of Skyra, or whatever they're called. I liked it because they were just the new army that came out. They had really cool anime aesthetic that I loved, like especially the Mage Assassins. Then I played the Mercenaries, the Highborn Covenant, I think is what they were called. Mostly because they were like, oh man, with Gortrek or whatever his name, Gorton, the first dwarf, that model was amazing, and the army was pretty cool with Highborn. And then I played the French lady with the oh man, it's been so long that I forgot all their names, and I used to play them all the time. But it was a pretty baller army. Like, I would do pretty well. I mean, the metas though for War Machine were insane. Like, that was a highly competitive game. So even though I did okay, like in my gaming group in tournaments, I'd get stomped. Well, not stomped, but not as well as I'd hope. But yeah, whenever Mark III came out, and it was just like, here are the rules. And it was just so many nonsense changes. Changes that just did not make sense. I mean, and I know gamers tend to be in a bubble when it comes to our opinions, but it really didn't. It slowed, like, it completely changed the pacing of the game, and like the balance of it as well. And my poor Trollbloods felt like they got hit really hard. with the way they changed tough and all sorts of stuff. So it was knocked out the wind out of my sails pretty quickly. Super competitive in our local meta during Mark II. GW was getting beat up. Yep. And it wasn't helping that was the time where GW was like, I think they went public, and they proudly would pronounce like, we make toys. Like, we don't make a good game, we make toys, sell them as toys. And so they just made a lot of which, to be fair, it's sort of true, but you know, like the basis of it is a game. Otherwise, you'd just be a model company. Like, you'd be testers. I don't know. Like, the world, the IP, the lore, like, that's really why people get into Warhammer. And when they went public, it felt like they lost sight of that. And Privateer Press just picked it up. They smelled the blood in the water. And they did a good job. Then they messed it all up. And then Kickstarter came out. And then they were no longer the only game in town. And things like Kingdom Death and like so many people were ready to take your place. Pre-8th edition 40k, then Mark III came out. We all know how that went. Yeah. I quit playing 40k for War Machine when 40k went from 4th to 5th edition. It was like we played so much. I was playing multiple games weekly that I felt like I wanted something new, and War Machine was it. It was that balance and that stability I wanted in a game. Because by that time, when they hit 5th, I really felt the new sickness of a new army. Like, a new army would come out and it would just blow everything else in the meta away. And like, I really had my fill in Warhammer Fantasy when the demons came out as their own fantasy army, and it just wrecked the tournament. And when you see the top 10 tables are all demons or whatever, that got me out of fantasy. What are your favorite dolls? I still love hearing figurines, like figurines. It makes me feel like I'm a crystal collector, or like those precious moments. I think my mom calls them that. You still play with your figurines? Yeah, Mom. They're called miniatures. But yeah, I quit playing 40k when it went from 4th to 5th, and now I've tried a game or two after, like, I think in 7th I tried one with my buddy, and it didn't convince me to come back. Shoot. Well, I messed that up, that's fine. That's one of the reasons why I'm drawn to skirmish games. You can play 2 to 3 games at a time. You can play 40k Age of... Yeah, for me it's not only that. It's the sheer number of models that you have to paint. And even when I did play 40k, I was so drawn to the command units. Like, in 4th ed, when I made my own chapter, I had a huge HQ retinue. It was like I wanted to put like half my points in HQ, like Warhammer Fantasy days. And excuse me. Let me get a drink. I had like a commander, a chaplain, a librarian, all in this retinue with veterans, and they all were kitted out, and they all would die. Love the lore for GW stuff. Their models are amazing. Their actual game rules leave a lot to be desired. Yep. It's also the density of the rules. Like, the number of minuscule rules that really don't provide any weight is what got me. Like, there were impactful rules like leadership, but there were so many where I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that, and it's just like, come on, man, there's so many rules. Those books are huge, and when you really cut it down to it, you could streamline a lot of it. But I think that's part of the charm of 40K. It's part of like what makes you feel like big brained is the density of the rules, the opaqueness of it all. Pedantic. It taps into like the RPG side of it, like, because I think what is it in first and second edition, they were basically like RPGs. They had like D20, D10s, and they were extremely pedantic. For some gamers, that's the appeal, man. Like, that's, and I remember back when I did play, it was a pretty like impressive thing to me at the time when I was a kid reading the rules. Like, wow, they have rules for everything. Now I'm like, they have rules for everything. They have rules for when you go to the toilet. I'm not into that. I'm not saying it's dumb to be into that. It's just once I got into War Machine, I got further and further away from that type of game. Now, I will still buy their models. I will not lie. Occasionally, I do buy their models. They are in, like, whenever I put other models together, and then I put a 40K model together, I'm like, pay those guys extra. Whoever designed this thing comes together like a breeze. It cleans up, like, insanely easy. But your game, not so much. Not so much. Oh no. I might need to do it again. MCP as an example. Low skill floor, very high skill ceiling. Exactly. Super easy to get into. Super easy to understand. I remember when I played it the first time, I honestly, in my head, was like, is that it? Like, not as a disappointing thing, like, am I forgetting anything? Nope, it's that simple. Super fun. And it still has the twists and turns of a normal miniatures game. Like, that's what really surprised me. Whenever I first read it, I was like, that's cool, that's fun. Feels very beer and pretzels. And it can be. But, still a lot of things unexpectedly happen in the game that doesn't feel like it's just some independent game, like with like one sheet rules or whatever. Like, it's not that simplistic. The gameplay is simplistic, and you still have those decisions. And MCP is shockingly fast, like stupid fast. Like, definitely, even, like, Malifaux's, 3 hours is what we give in tournaments between rounds. MCP is just like, hold my beer. I don't know about that game. So, like, I think whenever I started seeing, I know Cyberpunk the board game, I was just like, man, I'll skip that for sure. And I like Cyberpunk. I was one of the ones that pre-ordered the video game, and because I didn't read anything online, I was like super pumped, and then got super disappointed. I even was like, oh, it's fine if you delay it 50 times. Like, you guys, you'll just make a great game. Okay, I've been piddling with his hair. I totally got rid of all this disco stuff. It sneaks in there. So with Cyberpunk, that sounds like I want to play the RPG. Moonstone feels like an awesome game. Exactly the way I feel. Like, I appreciate new games and stuff, and like new tries, new systems, but I'm not into it. I think I watched a video or two about it. You know what's a really cool game? Relic Knight. That one looks fun. Like, that looks like it's my kind of game. Game Alpha can take 3 hours. Oh yeah, for sure. In our tournament games at 50 Stones, we set the timers to 1 hour and something each, like hour 15 or something like that each, and you chess clock it. Especially if you have a summoner, it gets crazy. Never played, but when I was quitting GW games, looking for skirmish game, it was top 3. Most games can if people don't know what they're doing. Well, it also can get much shorter if it's just a stomping. Yeah. I've played like 30-minute games of Malifaux where it's just like, okay, it's done, bro. Like at Fodown, I played like I only ever bring one crew. I don't change it. I just take that kind of crew. And I played against Lynch 2, I think it was. And by the end of turn 1, he was just like, okay, it's pretty much done. Because by the end of turn 1, I'd killed his master. And I think 2 other models. Because he just walked once. He only walked once. It was wedge formation. And, oh yeah, for sure. MCP goes really quick. I like that it does. Especially when you're losing, like, not that, like, I don't enjoy losing. I mean, who does? But to the extent of, like, you don't drag it out. Like, 40k felt like that. If turn 1, you were losing, like, you just crippled, you got 5 more turns after that. And that feels like agony, man. Like, but in MCP, you're losing, it'll be done in 10 minutes. There's an interesting subset of human who will learn to play a game or play a demo one time, then immediately go to tournaments. Oh yeah. I prefer to learn in tournaments because the mistakes stick out much faster. I know that when I learned Malifaux, I started tournaments not too long afterward. But our tournaments were pretty small because that was right when Mark II started, or 2nd edition. And we didn't have a big meta, but now Texas has a pretty big meta. Okay, I think my red is solid enough and dry. Let's see if this works, this idea I had. We're gonna do Naples red. Relic Knight's not for me. I just love that, like, it's a 2-foot by 2-foot board. I like them teeny. Like, come on, there we go. I backed Mantic's Walking Dead miniatures game when it first came out years ago. And it's a 2x2 board, and it's just so cute. It's so neat. I like that tightness, and the art for Relic Blade I like a lot. It is super simple, I think. Haven't played it myself, but I really got close. Why am I? Allergies. Relic Blade. Because Relic Knights is the Soda Pop Miniatures one, which I unfortunately backed on Kickstarter. And they had a whole thing where I think they were even investigated by the state. Halo Flashpoint. You play Dead Zone 2? I bought the first edition. I thought the cube system was neato burrito. The models were so-so, but hey, it's Mantic. It's affordable. But then, small board, very fast gameplay, yeah. This week there was a Malifaux podcast that had a henchman hardcode mode on a 2x2. That's not bad, not bad. I really hope this works, this red. Let's see. So Dead Zone, though. Fun story about that one. I bought the first edition game. And although I liked it at first, I played with a friend in a game store, and we discovered that nothing happens like in first edition. And I actually ended up writing a blog post on it on my old blog, kind of breaking down why that was. And it was like one of my better performing blog posts in terms of views. I used to get like a 3,000 readers a day. A lot of it was probably Russian bots. Who knows? But I had a pretty fun... It was fun doing that blog. When it comes to mana games, I don't mind that their models aren't as nice. When it comes to how much it hurts my... Yeah. Their terrain's sweet, the rules are digestible. I actually really liked the range they had for Walking Dead. But I guess it just wasn't... It didn't catch on. Because then they did, like, All Out War, and it turned it into a 40k... zombie game, like big armies. I was like, I don't think that was what the problem was, bro. They had a really cool like sort of panic mechanic, like tension based off of noise and other things. It would basically ratchet up until it like became crazy. And it was on a 2x2 board, so cute. I love that. Is this working? We'll say that it is. I remember when Age of Sigmar came out and everybody was hopping on the Mantic train. with Kings of War because it was a proper rank and flank, and people were not liking the Age of Sigmar, which, to be fair, it was kind of an insane rules list, or set of rules. Like, first turn, person with the longest beard. Like, guys. You gotta think this through. And I remember there was like an article I read that was like, within 24 hours, here are the ways people figured out how to break the game. Because the rules were that clunky. And I remember when I first read it, I was like, the one-page rule, like set, that was for everybody. I was like, those are actually really decent. Like a really good streamlining of the idea that they were trying to do. I remember reading and thinking that. Then I read the little battle scrolls or whatever they call them, and I was just like, what the hell is going on here, guys? Y'all just... This is literally going back to you playing with your cousins in like 2nd grade with a bunch of toys going like, I win. No, I shoot you with battle armor. I go first because I have a longer beard. Oh yeah, well, I say wah. They are nice. I remember when the Sigmarines first came out, and I was just like, bah humbug, this is not my fantasy. But, hot damn, this is someone else's fantasy for sure. Like, yeah, like, they weren't idiots, you know? Like, doing this. They do a lot of dumb things, but this was not one of them, man. Their redesign was hitting the people that they needed to hit to revitalize the game. Because let's face it, man, I was not keeping their company alive. I only bought a little bit. The veterans, like, we were real picky and we just real judgy sometimes, and they needed new blood for new consumers. They hit it out of the park by that. It may upset the Longbeards, but you can't fault them. They basically saved the fantasy line. Because nobody was buying the old world. Or like, you know, the old stuff. It was in a very big decline for a very long time. Which was unfortunate for me because I'm like, I loved that stuff. I loved the old fantasy world. But I get it. I alone do not make Warhammer. Flesh Eater Courts is the perfect example of perfect lore and wonderful models, especially with the recently updated sculpts. See, that right there confused me for the long... Like, I still get kind of confused when I go on the website, where I'm like, just looking for a specific type of model. Like, I don't know if it's a chaos or, like, order... Like, yells at Cloud. I just want it to be simple factions. But hey, it gets you shopping around, for sure. Gets you looking at things you normally wouldn't look at. Flesh Eater Courts, I assume, are like vampires. But I don't know for sure. I do love that they brought squats back. Yeah, if I could play, or if I wanted to play now, I'd play one of those crazy factions that used to not exist, like the Martian ones, the Adeptus Mechanicus. Like, dude, some of that stuff looks amazing. I actually bought a long time ago a kit of their like stalkers or whatever they're called, the dudes with Uzis for hands and swords for hands. I bought it and built it just to buy and build it. Like, the kit is so cool. And like the Ionith Deepkin, like, I want to get a box of that, because that stuff is excellent. Their orc stuff too is amazing. Oruk, or whatever they call it, for trademark purposes. Like the Gazkul that they redid. I still have the metal Gazkul, and I used to think it was the coolest model in the entire 40k range. And then they come out with that giant puppy. They're an undead faction. Leaders are vampires who generate a glamour that make weaker-minded beings think they're regal nobles, when in reality they're slandering cannibals. You know, like whenever in the old fantasy game I played Vampire Counts, that's another Warhammer army of mine. That's when they first came out with the ghouls, the ghoul kits, and those were such cool models. I loved painting those things. But they had like old ass models like the old zombies. I hated painting those things. Slabbering. Yeah, they have such cool kits. I don't know, but I remember I saw the trend coming, or noticed it, that like, so old school Marine player, it was a lot of kits that like you would kind of combine and make your own, right? Then I started noticing they're all one pose, or they look one pose. Oh, nice. They are still used for the. That's good. They're good kits. I love that hunchback look. But like, I just noticed it was getting away from multi-part kits that you could like mix and match with, and like, I mean, I still have boxes of old Warhammer kits for mixing and matching with. Like, I have 3 boxes of old Vampire stuff up there. I have some Empire stuff, and I would make them for RPG kit models and stuff. Any of the Strigoi models from yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, my buddy used to play Strigoi. I wasn't a fan of Strigoi, but it was cool. Like, cool lore. I forget what I played. It's been decades, really. Terrorgeist is still used as well. Okay, so I got back into it right when the Terrorgeist was a thing, like when it came out as a kit. But like by then, I was already kind of like disillusioned. I preferred War Machine, but I still played. I had a lot of fun with friends, still playing. If you wanted to play traditional vampires with hordes of undead skellies, Soul Blight Graveyard. That's probably, well, outside of the fact that I would need to paint hundreds of freaking models. Yeah, painting that Vampire Count army, still got PTSD from it. But yeah, like, I've seen, like, when I played, it was the Undead cart just came out. I forgot what it was called. It's like a cart full of dead bodies. But like, that just came out as a new model, and I was and I saw that they still use it. I'm like, heck yeah, man. Because that's like one of the most metal things. So metal. Corpse cart, that's right. Okay. I got, back then I would play with 2 of them. And, I had a lot of fun painting it. Still using Soul Blight. Yeah, like, so I could probably play them. I have an army in my case somewhere. Like, when I played back then, I played mostly, like, just summon a crap ton of skeletons. Like, you couldn't get through the... And the Vampire Lords were some of the beefiest dudes. Armies by themselves. I love that kind of thing. Like, just big HQs. I used to also play ogres. That was a fun one. I was pretty proud of my paint job for ogres. But I was in a bind, and I sold them. I also used to play Slaanesh, back when you used to play different marks. I played Slaanesh in both 40k and in fantasy, because they are the best Chaos God, because of sexy times. Like, if you had to worship them, you'd pick Slaanesh. Sex, drugs, rock and roll. Or corn. That'd be my alternate pick. Because I'd probably have a 6-pack. Ogres still have the same old models, but those old models are cool though. They were like, I remember those are some of the coolest things I ever saw when they first came out, and that's what made me play them. They were my first fantasy army. And yeah, like I remember like the lead belchers. I don't know if they're still called that, but dudes with the cannons. That was so cool. So cool. Too bad I didn't play with them, because they were terrible in game. Too expensive. Points wise. And super inaccurate. But, you know, back in... I forgot what edition of Fantasy that was when I played. But they had some of the best magic. Would I? I'd be a Nurgle dude. You join a venereal cult and just have as much thing in... Yeah, but then your thingy falls off. And then you're doing it with other thingies that are... No. I get piercings in Slaanesh. I get rock music. Like, dude, they have... Chaos. They have noise marines. You could be a noise marine. No. Gross. Dolloping dangles over here. Ugh. Plus, there's bugs. There's so many bugs with Nurgle, and like, cool your jets with the roaches, bro. It's like, it's my thing. Well, then get a new thing. Gross. Get some hygiene in there. You get new thingies. They decay. He's not the god of growing it back. It's not like a standard issue. Whoops, fell off again, Papa. Get Billy here, another one. So silly, Billy. We can all agree, though, Zinch is for nerds. They're books made of dust. Which is funny because my buddies, they were heavy on Zinch. They were some of the coolest models as well, but... And the Changer of Ways is iconic. It's classic. But nothing beats 6 boobs. Funny story. When I first met my wife, we met through mutual friends. I was going over to a friend's house to like paint and, you know, show off models or whatnot. Corn is for edgelords. And so whenever I was going over there, I brought my Slanesh models that I just painted, my Demonettes, back when they had, you know, exposed 6 boobs. My wife came over with another friend, and we met through them. And the first thing I ever said to my wife was, "You want to see a model with 6 boobs?" Let me tell you, fellas, it works every time. Every time. We still joke about that to this day. Want to see a model with 6 boobs? That's my line. I allow you to steal it. Worked on Scarlett Johansson as well. Zinch nerds get pantsed. I'm the dorm and spanked books. Yeah, dude. And that is one thing I do miss, was the old lore. The lore was incredible. What I couldn't stand, though, was that they kept changing it, man. They kept retconning it. Maybe I won't glaze this red. 50% of the time, it works every time. You only need it to work once. Still don't know how. She must have been drunk. I remember also back in the day, before Warhammer was well known, and before it was part of the zeitgeist, you know, being nerdy, I used to hide the fact that I played these games, miniatures games and whatnot. I guess I would say I was considered populaire in school, but I wouldn't mention, or I mean, I worked in Warhammer into school projects or whatever whenever I could, like videos and stuff, but I still would be pretty hush-hush about it. Nowadays, people love nerds. One time I shared it with a friend of mine, that I did that, and she wouldn't believe me. So I brought it to school one day, and she just laughed. She laughed at me. But hey, man, if you're not secure in who you are, no one else will be. And at the end of the day, no one gives a crap. No one gives a hoot. So you gotta be yourself. Everyone else is taken, or whatever nonsense bookmark that is, with some stock image behind it. Once I accepted that, this is a major part of who I am, it's downhill from there. I'm still trying to recover. I was the same, couldn't talk about the nerd stuff in public or else I'd get jumped. Yeah, and I don't get why people are like that. but people are. Humans are strange creatures. Hey, Steve Jones, looking forward to seeing Rogue completed. I'm hoping to get her done, but I'm going pretty slow. So, you enjoy yourself. I'm going to be on this stream for quite a while tonight. And if I don't finish tonight, I'll be painting Rogue tomorrow, or next week. See you later, bud. Keep up the Instagram updates. This looks a lot better with the white added to it. You know, like, I was thinking about that the other day. Nerddom. And how accepting it is now, right? And, like, video games are a huge, huge industry now. And, I still play them constantly. But there were still, like, people didn't see the potential of them before. They were still seen as toys, so to speak. So I didn't really talk about my video gaming too much back when I was a kid. And now it's people's careers, man, like streaming and if it's not their careers, there's probably a gaming story for nearly everyone. Not nearly everyone, but like a vast majority. It's whether you're playing, you know, Puzzle Quest or Farmville, or showing you my age with this, or if you're playing League or Assassin's Creed or whatever. Like, it is such a huge part of the culture now. And I think to, like, when I hang out with my nieces and nephews, and they'll, like, my nephew plays a lot of games with people online, and I still get fascinated, like, that the world has taken this turn to where he can still play with his friends online from, like, other parts of the world, have a good time, just talk and hang out all day, every day. When being a military brat, I wouldn't have those friends in 2 years. Like, unless you want to keep up writing handwritten letters, who's gonna do that? I did that a couple times. But usually it was like when you PCS, you PC out. You make new friends, and you don't really have a way of connecting with each other, and then they're out of your lives forever, for the most part. Yeah, but now they're a total nightmare. Any other creative industry fracked and tapped for not just one, but all the money. Yeah, that's true in senses, but in most sense. But what I get pumped for, like, indies and, like, there's still some surprise element to it. You know? Can't ethically support first-party publishers, too gross. Yeah, I get it too. Like, everyone... Yeah, it's a delicate subject. I don't play too many, a variety of games. I find it really hard to keep up. And I also think, I think my attention span has changed too much. Like, I always had the habit of playing video games to about 95% completion and then never touching it again. So, I have yet to beat Final Fantasy VII. I got right up to the last boss, Sephiroth, and then I just never finished it. It takes a lot for me to finish video games. But the other thing too is that games are really complex now. Like, and they all demand your time. That's another thing that bothers me. Like, yeah, I would love to play Red Dead Redemption 2. Never finished the first one. because it was so freaking huge, so long. Like, who does this? So that's why I'm into games like Space Marine 2 when it came out. I played Space Marine 1. And the games I normally play nowadays are repeatable games. Games that you can get done in a short amount of time. And you can increase your skill. But the commitment is like just right here now. Not so much forever. Like story-wise. Like I want to play Baldur's Gate. I won't finish it. Too big. Too giant. But League of Legends is my addiction. But outside of that, because I feel like MOBAs are kind of their own spectrum. I do like a good turn-based strategy. Like XCOM is one of my favorites. I basically just want to play video games that recreate what playing a tabletop is like. I've been playing XCOM. What is it called? The one where you're a bunch of like a Chimera Squad. That's the one I'm playing right now. And even then, I basically go through spurts of, oh, I'll play this a lot, get through a lot of stuff, and I won't touch it for a year. Stick to the oddball in games, small story games, tailored experience, love a good rug pull that switches genre. Okay, so then you're definitely playing Split Fiction right now, right? That's something I really want to play, like those style games. But I don't have a second player. Like my wife, she doesn't really particularly like video games too much. I bought, a long time ago, I brought Brothers, which was a game made by the same studio, I think, so that we could play together, and we never did. Nothing against her, but she's terrible. I'm just kidding. Are you like a Mario player? Because that's another one that's similar to that. But I do like story experiences. Example, Walking Dead. The Telltale games. Oof, that tugged on my heartstrings. Okay, so this side I like a lot. This side is a hot mess. So, small story games. An example that I played before and I actually finished was Gone Home. That's what I liked. Good story too. I liked it a lot because it was just a walking simulator. Like you just walk around pretty much and discover things. And I will tell you firsthand, I'm a big wimp when it comes to video games. Like things that aren't even supposed to be scary scare the living crap out of me. Put it in VR, it's even worse. So like I actually will watch a lot of horror games or scary games on YouTube from other people's Let's Plays. I will never play them. And Gone Home would even scare me. just because you don't bump into anybody, you know, like just the solitude of it. At a certain point, like when I discovered like something in the attic or whatever, like I thought the whole time I was gonna find like a dead body or something. I'm a big wimp when it comes to that stuff. When I was a kid, my best friend at the time, Adriel, he and I, man, we were such good friends as little kids. It was like that pure kind of friendship. Then an Evil 1 and 2, and we'd knock it all out over a one night. Some of the best memories ever, man. Just like him, he would play, his little brother and I would watch. Yeah, I got creeped by a lot of the nothing happening. Good story. Love to still play. Still waits to deep in. Yeah, I saw stuff on that. Scary for me. There was one where it's like a fishing game, and like out of nowhere, it's a Cthulhu game. Maybe it's that. Okay, so I think her hair is almost done. I'm gonna throw in some wash. Let's go for some black wash. No, let's go brown with some earth shade. Cthulhu games? No sir. There's what's that old one that was on like GameCube or something that was creepy and like they made it like look like your game would delete on itself. Something Darkness? It was a freaky game. Like some head would just start spouting Hamlet on you. You know what? Oh, I did play a scary game all on my own once when I was a brave boy. The Last of Us. You want to know why? Because I didn't realize that was going to be a scary game. I thought it was just going to be a story game. Like I knew there was action in it. I knew there were zombies in it. But the story looked so good that I was willing to take the risk. And damn near peed my pants playing that game. Like I didn't realize how much scariness it was gonna be. That's what surprised me. I thought it was gonna be more action than scary. Like Tomb Raider when it came out, the reboot. So for the second Last of Us, I watched Rad Brad play because I wasn't touching that with a 10-foot fucking pole. Like, ugh. And thank God I didn't, because there were some scary bits in there. So scary. Like when they go through the big ass building, looks like hell in there. In that building, that's like when they had to crawl over and the little crane broke or something. I don't remember. And then a lot of people were upset about that story. I get it, but also, like, guys, let's not lose our heads. Like, death threats and all that stuff over that story. Like, come on. Like, one, it's their property. Like, if you don't like it, then you don't like it. Like, nothing you can do about that. You just hate it, you know? It's fine. Back in the 90s, they made shitty He-Man movies. We didn't try to kill them over it. Don't know why I'm in this tangent, but we are here. Oh, because scary games. Oh, here's a funny example of scary games. In high school, my first serious girlfriend, she was a gamer. Legit gamer. This was before... I'm sure there were plenty, right? But it wasn't really as widespread as it is now. Gamers were like predominantly dudes. So she was a good gamer. And she would do things like in Final Fantasy VII, she got me the golden chocobo, which I didn't want to do that. It sounded like a lot of work. She took my memory card, you know, like my old memory card. And she would bring it back over the weekend to her place. Come back on Monday. She's like, here, I got you the golden chocobo. I'm like, what? So, related story. She would play Parasite Eve for me to watch. And like she would hand it over to me and I'm like, no! Brave boy can't handle this. We should have rioted over the He-Man movies. No, we should have rioted over so here's another example of like what the stuff that I'm into I don't realize other people hate. But when He-Man went into space and had a ponytail and a much different looking sword and was like sci-fi, I love that shit. Like that was my jam. That was my favorite. I just found out recently watching like a He-Man documentary, people hated it and that kind of killed it for him. I'm like, yeah, but I don't like his like Prince Adam haircut. I want that ponytail. I want that sci-fi. I loved it. And people hated it. But what am I to do? I'm just the guy that hates all the bad properties. And the internet hates my taste. I'm the guy who likes some Steam Forged games. Heck, I even have some Mythic games. I got Steam Watchers. Super Fantasy Brawl is like one of my favorites. Their models, mucho de leche. I don't know. And I even backed Rainbow Six Siege, but people hate that company with like they should. You know, like not cool practices. I guess what I'm getting at is it's a much different landscape than when I was younger, I guess, in terms of like if you ended up buying something or got into something that you didn't like, it's like tough cookie. Sorry that the first Daredevil movie was disappointing, even though I loved it. Watched it a lot. I recognized it wasn't good, but I still liked it. We didn't have very many options back then. And I still even think the suit was okay. Like, it looked cool, I thought. And people hated that. No. I loved that they put Ving Rhames as Kingpin. Was it Ving Rhames? No, not Ving Rhames. I feel bad. Michael Clark Duncan. I just watched something with Ving Rhames, that's why I was thinking of it. Michael Clark Duncan as Kingpin. Like, I loved that take. I loved Evanescence at the time. I hated that it was in the movie. It was pretty corny. And I hated that playground scene. But other than that, I actually liked Bullseye. I liked the fight in the cathedral. I have terrible taste. I have awful taste. Man, we always had a hard time moving those Super Fantasy Brawl boxes. They are pretty big. I'm not gonna lie. In fact, what I was gonna do eventually, like I painted one of them. They take forever for me to paint, so I ended up not painting too many of them, just one. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put like at the bottom of all my Marvel Zombie stuff is this magnet I got from what's it called? Green Stuff World. I just super glued the circular magnet under it. I think it's perfect for Super Fantasy Brawl, and they make big ones like the Sentinels that come in with Marvel Zombies. I have those on magnets. They're like the perfect size. So I'm gonna get them for Super Fantasy Brawl, so that I don't have them in the box, and I can display them as well. Let's see here. Okay, so I think the hair is good. I think the hair is contrasted enough. It looks like it's brown, but it's actually reds. Keep that a secret. If you tell anyone, there will be hell to pay. So now I think we've just got to do the X's on her chest and on her jacket, and then we'll move on to the base. Buca de Beppo. I'm gonna get some black for the chest X, and I already have the red out here. Don't need a lot of black. Okay, so this looks like it is just solid black. I have the reference photo of this, of their paint job, and it's just solid red. Cool. Gotcha. All right, we're gonna make this easy. Pain-free. Let's get this black X in. No pressure, but if I screw this up, the whole thing's ruined. I don't like this point. Safety first, guys. Safety first. Then teamwork. Oh, I did screw it up. Oh no, oh no. There's no fixing that either. Oh well. 'Twas a risk. Oh man. Darn. Shame on my forefathers. And my future fathers. Man. Terrible. Just awful. I'm ending it. I'm ending the stream. I'm gonna burn her. Throw her away. Just gonna paint it a solid black. And then I'm gonna lean into it. Basically. Just paint the whole thing solid. Well, I have this color out. Let's see if I can fix you up. It's gonna be Psylocke's face all over again. You know what? It's fine. It's what I tell everybody, you can always paint over it. Yeah. All that time. It's fine. It is fine. Now I'm going to take this shadow gray. And I'm going to highlight this X. That works. Let's solidify this highlight. That's good enough. Okay, and then we'll take... Oh man, sorry about that. OBS disconnected and reconnected. I'm still alive though, so don't cry. Man, I wonder what's going on with my connection here. Everything's gonna be all fuzzy for you guys. Apologies. But you know, Mr. Internet, trying to make it hard for us streamers. Trying to keep the little man little. So, what's the other subject? Oh, we were talking about video games. Okay. So, I was just thinking, thought it was just your apartment. Oh, yeah, it's totally just your apartment. My quality is, like, top-notch. So, painting Rogue made me, and talking about video games, made me miss the old X-Men Legends. That was one of my favorites ever. I used to, like, we had the multi-tap piece of technology there that enabled your PlayStation to be played with four people. It's twice the PlayStation. And we basically got the multi-tap, and me and my buddies in college, we played 4-player X-Men Legend. Audio's still dropping out every 45. Man, darn. Give it a minute. Hopefully it'll fix itself. Must be my local internet. But me and my friends used to play X-Men Legends 2 a lot. And I always played Cyclops. But that was a super fun game. Story was cool, gameplay was cool. It was all about the X-Men. I wasn't that into Ultimate Alliance, to be honest. I played the first one a lot on my PSP, but I didn't care for all the heroes. I mostly just wanted X-Men. And then Ultimate Alliance 2 came out. I barely played that. I played that with a friend for a little bit. But when the Ultimate Alliance on Switch came out, I bought that. And I barely played it. I mean, I played it enough. I think I got to, like, the astral plane. It was cool. But it just wasn't my jam. I just want X-Men. Another good X-Men video game. Children of the Atom. That was a fun one. Add some white to this red. All right. I think that is enough for Rogue. Let's start working on the tree limb. Darn it. Should have got this prepped. There it is. All right. I have a wood and leather guide. I'm not really good with browns, as you can see. Well, I mean, I'm getting okay at it. So, I think I'm gonna just follow a guide for this wood. Japanese uniform, flat earth. Okay. You follow me because I'm an expert. Let's do this here. Japanese uniform. Oof, that's a lot. Flat Earth, where are you? That was sand, not Japanese uniform. I'm a silly goose. This is Japanese uniform. Flat Earth. I'm not a proponent of it, just a painter of it. Oh gosh, that's a lot. Alright, so then... Well, let's just start with these colors. I'm gonna ignore the instructions in a way. I'm just gonna paint with these colors and see how it goes. Just kind of winging it. What I'm doing is not necessarily wet blending, but just kind of painting on the two tones as I see fit. You know, just giving it the old feeler out, as the grandpappy would say. He didn't say that. Getting it done faster than when I did the hair. So there's that. Oh, I never fixed her leg. Yeah, that's fine. This is not terrible. What I really like about this line, the Marvel Zombies, is that the basing they did for it is really, like, every base is different. Every one of them. Like, they may repeat elements, like Baron Zemo's mask is on Captain America's base, as well as Winter Soldier's. But they're two separate bases, because one is a building and another is just some rock with some building elements. And here, for like Rogue, part of her character is like what, the Savage Lands or the jungle, I forget what it is, when she was with Magneto in the Brotherhood when they first met in her original what's it called, costume. And like all of the character bases have that same sort of like nod to what their character is. Like Daredevil's in a cathedral, and so do their zombie ones too. It's pretty cool. Like the like some of them are really characterful as well. Like Miles Morales' base is like City Street, city sign or whatever. Oh shoot. And the rubble in it is amazing. Like I love these models a lot. Like that's why I wanted to paint them on stream, is because like so many cool opportunities. They're so different from each other. And it's like, to me, much more interesting to paint than say like an army of Warhammer or something like that. It's like I get a different canvas. Then like, here's my 100th Space Marine. Nothing wrong with it. I used to do it, but it's just these days I want to paint characters more so than just models, you know? Like I don't get any... I've done like model cars. It doesn't hit the same as like this Rogue would. It's just a different recipe, right? Different meal. Trying to do something clean and realistic, mimicking the thing that you're in scale with, like if it was a model car, model train. But I want to put the graffiti on the train. I wonder what's going on with my stream. Sorry about that, Bo. Folks, it is I don't understand the technologies. I don't know what I'm doing. But I promise you, it's not on purpose. My malfeasance is purely coincidental, accidental, maybe. It is not intended. It is not malicious. It is just me barely knowing how to do anything. But hey, you know, last time it was a pretty smooth stream, if I recall correctly. Like in terms of the technology. I guess, you know, it's just there's a great philosopher that I would listen to. And that philosopher said something that always sticks out to me. And it's kind of describing what's happening with the stream right now. If you want to know what that was, well, that person said, "It's just one of them days." I was on a subreddit earlier today that was mentioning how much they underrated Limp Bizkit, and I was like, "No, you rated it. It was a proper rating. It's fine." Just kidding. Love it. You love it. I used to have one of the albums. It wasn't great. It was not great. But I listened to it a lot. I didn't know any better. Well, I mean, I knew. I didn't really like it. I don't know why I listened to it a lot then. It was one of those things that, like, it was always in the car. And even when I got rid of it, I think a friend jokingly put it back in my car. Like a different copy after I threw it out. And then I think one of my ex-girlfriends at the time gave me her copy. Like, she put it in my CD holder thing. Back in the day, we used to have CDs. Ancient technology now. Some wouldn't even know what it is. But I will say that I liked the band of Limp Bizkit. I just didn't like Mr. Biscuit. Okay, so now I'm gonna get let me get some smoke and wood grain. Here's the wood grain. Here's the smoke. It says it also washes with flat earth. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna use these two colors. Plus, I mean, I already have the flat earth out here, so nothing wrong with it. Wood grain. Might need a little more. And smoke. They're kind of similar. And some glazed medium. We're gonna make some wash. Washes. Wash. Wash. Alright. Got that going. Don't touch the red. Don't touch the red. This is the wood grain. I need to add a little more water. More water. There we go. All right. now, got that smoke. Add some water to that. All right, now we're ready. We're ready. Let's throw this bad boy on there haphazardly. So it says that it puts flat earth diluted on the Japanese uniform, and then smoke and wood grain. You know what? I'm not gonna throw any flat earth because it's already got flat earth. It's already got Japanese uniform everywhere. I kind of just want to go right into the smoke and the wood grains. So let's see what that looks like. Smoke. Wood grain. Oh, I see. Yeah, I probably will want to get some flat earth wash. Because if I look at this now, I can see that over the lighter areas, it's going to probably overpower it a bit too much. Let's see. Let's see what it looks like when I wash over this part. Yeah, it's definitely a little too strong. Okay, let me get some glazed medium for the other parts. For the flat earth. Add some water to this. Okay, so I know that you probably won't be able to see this too much, but I've got the third one up there. It's just the same shade color of the darker, so this one will go over the lighter. So it blends. And then this will get the darker. My pink here mixed into my brown, my wood grain, so I better get hot tootin'. Alright. Get that flat earth in here. Now that I'm painting with this flat earth, I'm starting to think like, no, you have to prove me wrong. Like, why am I thinking thoughts like this? Like, I just want to tell people to do their own research. Why am I getting this urge that everything's a conspiracy? Was the moon landing even a moon? Do your own research. It's like, no. Other people have done research. I'll trust them. That's what they want you to think. No, I don't think they care. I really don't think they give two shits what I think. Okay. With this wood grain and this chocolate. Well, not chocolate, smoke, I think. I'm not really good with brown. Like, it is not brown. Let's it's gonna be brought down further. Let's get it further. Well, first I want it to dry. But it's she's turning out to be a pretty cutie. Pretty cool looking lady. I honestly like how the hair turned out. It's funny. It's a red, but it doesn't look like it's red because it's right over that brown jacket. And I think the white hair looks okay. Could have done better, but that's just what my mom says to me all the time. Never good enough, Mom. Just kidding. She loves me. She's my #1 fan. I assume. She better be. Probably gonna take this down with a black wash to get some contrast in there, some darkness. Then bring it up with it says here dark sand, Japanese uniform. I already have those on here. And a wash of smoke. Interesting. Might not do that. I think I'm just gonna brighten it up. And the other thing too is after this, it's going to be the grain floor, like a jungle floor. I think I'm gonna do a camo, like because she already has green, and this is sort of like an olive camo color. If I need to brighten it, I can add some yellows, like mustard yellows, maybe. Not French's yellow. Dijon. And then there's some rocks in here too. I don't know how I'm going to treat that. I might just ignore it. But the other thing I was going to do too is with this black wash and the brown wash, I am going to darken this even further. And I'm going to focus on darkening the opposite side of where she's facing so that I can introduce some rim lighting. I might do some teal. Maybe I'll do a sepia or a light green, or could do an orange, but there's already, the yellow's kind of already orangey. Yeah. I'll put this in front of the fan so that it dries faster. I have a fan going right now to prevent my camera from overheating. Don't know why it does that. It's just like that, and don't feel like buying a new one. Don't have money. Almost there. You know what? There are parts. No, I don't want to mess with it. So how about I'll just go ahead and start painting the forest floor. Let's see. I'll put away my guide. This is a pretty cool green. I just pulled this out. I don't think I've ever really used it. This is another backup forest green. And then I've got this one that I want to use. So those are going to be my colors. I picked all these right before starting. I don't paint with these colors very often. Let's flip this palette so that you get to see a fresh, clean new one. Okay. Throw this forest green out from Vallejo. I think it's deep forest skin. Then let's throw... Yeah, this can be shaken. I'm gonna use this Citadel... what's it called? Lauren Forest? Like Lothlorien, I guess? I really hate these GW bottles. I'll probably have to patent it. That's why they're shaped this way. I saw a TikTok or something that mentioned how you can like pop the caps off and turn them upside down or inside out to pop out the dried paint. And I'm not going to do that yet, but I keep forgetting that I will eventually do that. Because a lot of them have that caked up paint inside of it and it just dries out the pot. And it's also the worst freaking design in the world. They don't care though. Last but certainly not least, I got this paint recently called Sherwood Green. Well, recently is relative, but a few months back. I hadn't... like, it just popped out. I wanted to try it. So here I am trying it. I think this is where the majority of my forest color is going to be. Is this color. Please don't tell me I have to pop you. Okay. Okie dokie artichoke. Let's get it going. This way the brown can dry by this time. Let's start with a little light green. Get a little dark green in there. Mix those two up. This works out pretty well. Oop, thick there. Oh, I painted a lot of these that are actually the greens. I painted them as brown. Oh well. Now I know these are supposed to be rocks, but I think I'm just gonna say screw it and paint them later. Oof, that was a little thick. Now I know I haven't used any of the light green yet, the camo shade, but I think it's because I want to reserve it for the highlighting stage. But I can also just start throwing it in here and see what it looks like. Yeah, let's start doing that. A little thick. Let me rinse this off. Throw that water in there. Okay. Now, I think I will throw in a little bit of dark red into the shadows. You ever shade your green with red? It's a fun feeling. I, however, have never shaded this red with this green. So, you and I are going on a journey, starting with behind. I'm gonna throw that a little differently. Interesting. Move this around a bit. Man, why is this screwing me over? Sorry about the stream, folks. I don't know why it's screwing me over. I'm really sorry about that. Takes the wind out your sails. My connections are all good. I have pretty good internet, usually. Don't know why streaming is going so terribly. Okay. Let's go ahead and color this stone really quick before I forget. That's a lot. Putting it on real thin so that way it sort of blends with the screen when it dries. And it looks like the brown is almost dry. I'm just blowing, I have a fan blowing for my camera, but also for drying this stuff. Make sure it's blowing on my camera. Like, this little Sony RX107, it's a pretty cool point and shoot, but I did not realize when I purchased it that it overheats like a mofo. It's like, especially considering that like when I stream I'll leave it on for hours at a time, so I have to make sure that the display is off so that it doesn't overheat, and that a fan is constantly blowing on it so that it doesn't just turn off midstream. So if you want a review, there it is. It's good for just point and shoot photography, but it is what I use for everything on my channel, pretty much. Like all the filming I do, it's all done on this little point and shoot. One of the reasons why I got it is because it's so small. And I can get real close up on the minis without having to like get a new lens. And when you get those giant cameras that like have giant lenses, or the macro lens, the one that looks like a little needle nose, it gets a little hard to operate. And I'd rather have flexibility, and so this works for the majority of what I use it for. It's just streaming gets it too hot. So if you hear a droning sound in the background, it's just my wife. Just kidding. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get in trouble. All right, so I think, wow, that really helped out a lot. It looks real messy, right? Like, it looks real, but one, we got a lot done. In like, this is less time than it took for me to do the hair. So now I'm gonna take a little bit of, let's say, black wash. And I'm gonna deepen the shadows in the bark of the tree. let's, I'm gonna get a smaller brush. Start with a place that doesn't need a lot of looking. Now, I could have started with Agrax Earthshade, like a brown, but I feel like I've already gotten a lot of brown in here. I just wanted a deep, immediate shadow. Like, I would suggest, actually, to probably start with the brown. And then build it up. But I'm impatient, and I just want to go ahead and build up all of the contrast as it is. I've pretty much abandoned the instructions at this point, I think. Am I getting comfortable with brown? No, just winging it. I might get some brown wash for the top areas, actually. Yeah, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna keep it handy though for the green. Here's some brown wash. Oops, I got it on her shoe. Uh-oh. Oh, I am painting way too high. Not on drugs, kids. Just by position. Okay, I think, looking nice. It's looking nice. There's enough contrast in here to really pick it out. Let's get a little more of that flat earth wash. Throw it in here one more time. Not too bad, not too bad. Now, while that's gonna dry, let's say we take some camo shade. And why not? Let's get some flesh wash. A little bit of flesh wash, a little redness. And some purples. We're gonna go crazy. Don't tell anybody. Alright. We're not gonna do an absolute super wash or anything like that. But we will we're gonna wash the olive with this. So first we're gonna try out the camo wash because that's an easy one to identify if it's working or not. Maybe I will wash everything, like, a lot. Yeah. And, looks like I'm liking this a lot. Now we're gonna take some purple, throw that bad boy in some dark places. It'll be our little secret. Little flesh wash. Rinse off my brush really quick as we move to the other side. Purples. This is fun. This is a lot like somebody like Sleepy Slang or James Wapple maybe would paint. It's all loosey-goosey. Maybe a little flesh wash for where the browns are. Introduce some red tones, as if I know what I'm talking about. Man. Fun stuff. All right. I think that's everything washed. It's kind of messy. This is not how I normally paint. But try out new things, you know? Try expanding your world a bit. Not terrible. And like all washes, it'll look different whenever it dries. Which I will put in front of the fan right now. for drying. How's everybody doing here? Doing all right? So the next steps are going to be bringing up the highlights. So for the highlights, probably going to use the same browns we did before. So this Japanese uniform, maybe a little bit of this dark sand because we hadn't used it yet. Bring up these highlights a little bit, and for the greens, we're gonna probably, because we didn't use too much of the Sherwood green, that's gonna be, I think, the majority of what I try. And then a lot of these Sloran green from GW. I think that should be like, and bring out each individual petal of the grass floor. And I'm gonna probably leave the rest alone. And then when that's done, we're pretty much done. Like, we'll have the rim lighting left to do. That'll be about it, you know? So let me put this in front of the fan. How's everybody's day doing? If you're having a crap day too, you let me know. Well, I'm not having a crap day. It's just one of them Limp Bizkit days. Like, where the heck? So, last week, I, on Tuesday, if you're following, well, let me change this music. I thought I got rid of this too. So, last week on Tuesday, I had to reschedule. Wasn't expecting it, but we ended up having to put one of my cats to sleep. So, she was 17 years old. Our oldest that we ever had, once that we had to put to sleep, was 21. They're entirely indoors. And before I had this cat and another cat, I absolutely hated cats. Like, could not stand them. Terrified of them. You know, that kind of thing. Then when my now wife moved in at first, we got her old cat and this other cat one day. And she gave us 17 good years. It came out of nowhere. Like, you know, she was doing all right, and then last couple weeks, just not great. So we had a vet appointment set up, but then we ended up having to take her in earlier because she wasn't eating. And so that was why I had to reschedule the last stream. And, you know, today woke up for, you know, like, I don't know if you're longtime pet owners out there could relate, but, you know, for a moment there you forget, and then you remember, and that's how I started my day. And so, you know, like a lot of my routine or things that I got used to revolve around my old cats, and not here anymore. Big cat guy, so it's a little sad. So now that's what I meant by, you know, it's been one of them days. It's not like a terrible day, but it is a day where you're just like a little off your mood, off your game. And then I was busy editing, and I got a little too into my editing that I got lunch a little later than I wanted to, and then I had to rush to get everything ready for the stream. But luckily I already have kind of my routine on putting this all together, so it wasn't so bad getting it together. But I don't like I like being really ready and prepping stuff and all that. So I pretty much got it all ready about 5 minutes before the stream started. I was setting things up for about 30 minutes, but I like to set it up for about 45 to an hour to feel comfortable. But as I do this more and more, I'll probably get better and better at it. So it's just one of those kinds of days. Now she's all dry. Dry enough. So what are we gonna go for? Let's start with the brown. Let's get that ready with the little water to rejuvenate. Get rid of this skin of a paint. So this is going to be our sand. And we're also going to do Japanese uniform. And we're going to use our fancy brush. Let's start with Japanese uniform. easy. Alright. Just do some rough sketch highlights. No need to be perfect on this part. Maybe throw in some textures. Do the little lines, you know. Do that little laser sound a lot, huh? Not a lot, but enough. Just make a whole bunch of little ticks and sounds. I would drive my wife nuts because for the last few years, for some reason, I picked up like one of my little ticks, I guess, would be beatboxing. And all the clicks and stuff would just drive her insane. I only just recently got it to where, like, I don't do it so much. But it comes out. And it's... If I can... The way I saw it, it was like, if I can develop it, I can undevelop it. Don't know where it came out of. I think, like, for a while I was watching beatboxing videos on YouTube. Like, some performers. I think it's amazing. And then it kind of rubbed off. Because I used to just, like, literally blow off steam, like, psss, like, all the time when I was stressed. And, I think it's like, I haven't gotten, like, diagnosed or looked at for ADHD, but just like anybody else who's been on TikTok, they probably think they also have ADHD. I'm like, oh, all the signs fit, you know? But I honestly do think I have it. And I think that's one of the symptoms of... It's like a spectrum, right? Like, I was joking, like, it might be so much of a spectrum that basically all of us have it. Who knows? So I'm really liking how this stage of highlighting is coming up. All of the glaze work we did really pays off, you know? Because now we don't have to do very much work to get this popping. Maybe I'm good at brown now. I'm actually, like, really liking how this is turning out. As long as I don't screw it up. Oh, did I not? I don't think I finished washing this. No. Just add that in there. dokie. Getting there, getting there. What's with this Christmas stuff? I heard it earlier. Can't stand that. You know, you clean up this playlist only so many times before you just give up. Oops, a little water in there. Don't want it to drip down. Man, I'm really liking how this brown is turning out, honestly. This is not a usual thing for me. Okay, now that we've gotten that, we're going to throw in the next layer, which is going to be the dark sand. I'm gonna kind of restrain on this because it is quite a big jump. Just do all the ones that are facing her, or like in her facing, that we're facing. I don't know. Words. I'm just trying to have little dots of peaks that will generate some little bits of contrast. We don't want to go absolutely insane and lose the color. Just little hints that we got some highlights. That should be good for that side. Pretty pleased with myself. I'm liking how it's coming out. It's got a few more spots, and then we can move on to the olives. I think that's good enough. Now, how are we going to do the olives? Let's see. Swap out our palette parts. Stay in school, kids. Debating which grains. Let's just start with the Sherwood. See what that looks like. Almost want to paint it like hair. Almost. But I won't. Okay, now let's try out the other olive. The Lauren green. This seems appropriate to highlight with first. I like this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna highlight everything with this Lauren, and then go into all of the Sherwood. Add some more water to this. There sure is a lot of grass. Whew. Almost done with the front for the Lauren. Should have left that branches. Alright, yeah, that's enough Lauren. Let's try Sherwood now. Just some random highlights. I think there's too much water in this. So I'm going to use the thicker side. Not bad. I'm kind of liking it. I'm really liking it. Okay. Now the other side. Lauren greens. Song's pretty fun. Okay. I think that's enough Lauren greens. Now let's go into the Sherwood greens. All right, I think she's basically done. Now I'm really considering the rim lighting. Turquoise, maybe? Let's try that out. And then once that's done, we'll be done. Stay in class. All right. Get some turquoise. Let's get some fresh white. Now this is the part I'm going to be a little nervous about, but we're going to do it. Get a little glaze medium. Throw that in there. Get some spare glaze medium on the side. Now, I did it with Psylocke a little bit, but it doesn't mean that I'm super 100% comfortable with doing this sort of object source lighting. And what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to do some rim lighting where it's like casting light from off screen, so to speak. I'm making a bunch of different mixes of this turquoise. Okay, I think I've got enough. Wish me luck. Let's try off of this area first, where there's not going to be so much of a consequence. Trying to get a good feel of what this should look like if light were coming in from straight in front of me. Let's say it's going to be stronger from here. Getting there. I like the play it's making. Let's try it with this mix. It's a little stronger. Okay. Get the lighter glaze, start spreading that around. Lighter, by lighter I mean thinner. This one's more transparent. Okay. I think it's doing all right. So let's try the lighter blue. Now I'm going to try to blend some of the lighter blues that are further away. Now, that was just a test because I didn't necessarily want to make it visible. But now that we've successfully, I feel like this works really well. Let me bump it up a little bit, the blue and white. That's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. So, what I think I need to do now is bring it over a little bit. Like, if this is her facing forward, I feel like I want to put it on this side of this branch and on these sides. But I think I'm going to limit it to just those two spaces because I really like how the branch turned out here. So we're going to have a light coming this way. We're going to have a light coming this way. Maybe here too. Let's start with this easy branch. Start with the solid blues. The ones with less glaze medium in it and is more prevalent. Let's make sure this is visible here. Okay, now we'll blend it out. Oh shit. Not that way. I should start with just this light glaze first, and then intensify the light as I need. Okay. I feel like I might have overdone it here. It is a cool way to introduce cool tones. Let's get this light blue here. Damn, and it's turning out pretty cool. Like, it's a little loosey-goosey for my taste, but I've never really gotten to play like this in new models. Thanks, Big Child Creative. You really inspired me to try this out. I mean, I'm sure that I got the lighting wrong in this area. Specifically. But hey, man, this isn't so bad. Let's see. Might need to do a little this way. Then a little. I need to glaze that down. It's a little too much. Now I'm just going crazy, so let's go to the other side. So we already did most of... Oh. We need to solidify this. Let's go with this lighter color. Alright, enough messing with that side. Let's go here. Let's start with our light glaze, as in less glaze medium. We're going to definitely want this to be seen from the front, so let's go here. Just start glazing everything. What direction am I coming from? Here? Okay, this one I'm kind of losing a little bit of my intention. Let's back it up a notch. And really think about where we're putting this light. Because this one worked, alright. This one is not so much. So our intention is that it's coming from the bottom up. Okay. Now let's spread this out. And man, this one's not going as well, I think. It doesn't have the same. Let me try to do the light blue now. Maybe that's why. I want this to be exceptionally bright area. I mean, it's catching on camera, so maybe I'm just judging a little harshly. I feel like maybe it'll help if there's a little blue glow in the front. Let's see, how about a little blue spot here? Yeah, let's try that. Start with a blue glaze. We want it to hit her foot. Should not have done that. Let's start with this. How about this side? I'm talking to myself a lot today. I think, going a little crazy. Ah, shoot. We're not starting with that. Erased most of it, so it should be fine. Let's start somewhere else. here. Let's radiate you. About that far. Okay. And we'll get a little braver. Let that dry. Shouldn't have started on her foot, man. Like, that was a dumb mistake. Okay. Let's take more of the solid blues. Throw that in there. I think I'm gonna need more turquoise, but this time thinner or thicker, opaque, if you would. Because I think the water might have, from the wet palette, it might have gone a little and diluted it, you know what I mean? That might be why I'm having such an issue. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Now, we'll take some of this glaze. Soften those transitions. Worst case, I just paint over this yellow again. Now let's get the light blue. I think that's the magic mix that I need to do. Okay. This needs to spread out a little more. might have gone a little crazy, but that's why you try new things, you know? Don't be afraid to. Like, I did this a little with Psylocke, but do I really know what I'm doing? No. I'm just trying it out. Just trying to learn. Let's just go ahead and call it there, right? I think it's good. Like, I should probably have more reflective light on Rogue, but I think because now I'm kind of losing the plot, that I should probably lay off a bit. I don't know, now that I'm still messing with it. Maybe what I need is one more level of brightness. Let's take some of this white. Oh, that's too much water, damn it. Let's see what it looks like on the back. Little does a lot. So let's try that on this side. And then let's try it here. I think I might glaze that down, but it was worth trying. The glaze down, I think, makes it appropriate, and then I think that can be called. I'll do the black ring on my own. But hey, not bad. Explored some rim lighting, like cast lighting, I guess. I don't know what the term would be. Might have gone, like, less is more, I think. Like, I guess it doesn't look too bad. We'll see in the cold light of day. But I really appreciate everybody who joined on. I know toward the end, everybody lost a little steam. It's fine. Everything's fine. I think I'm going to paint the rim black, and then I'm going to update on the Instagram since I already have it all set up. And you guys let me know what you think. Hopefully you guys have a good one. And keep slinging paint, my friends. Enjoy the rest of your night. Or day, if you're watching this later.